Well, hey guys, good morning, bright and early. Uh, these East Coast trials get me a little bit, guys. It's just before 6 o'clock over here, and I seem to be echoing already. Do you guys hear that? Does it sound terrible? Let's see what I can do here. Does that work any better? Not really. Well, I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna have to tell me if this is intolerable. I'm just waiting for the stream to come up here on Law and Crime. So, uh, I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Welcome to the Karen Reed trial, guys. If any of you have been following this so far, it's been a little bit wild. And also simultaneously one of the worst, kind of most boring trials I have ever heard, because the Commonwealth is simply not getting to the point. They are not presenting us with the kind of evidence that we really expected to hear for a murder trial like this. I'm going to see if headphones will help here. Okay, there we go. Are we connected yet? Okay. Hopefully that's a little better on the echo. Let me know if it's still terrible. So, this trial, we are on day 8 of this trial. We are 2 weeks into this case. The Commonwealth has alleged that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car and left him to die outside the home of Brian Albert, who is a Boston police officer, as is John O'Keefe. So 8 days in, we have yet to hear confirmation that John O'Keefe was even hit by a car, let alone the circumstances that would kind of lead us to think that that is what likely happened in this case. We've heard basically 2 things from the Commonwealth that, would tend to substantiate their theory. One is that at the scene, while, apparently, uh, quite distraught, he is, the one who discovered John's body on the lawn. Karen Reed was screaming and panicking and, basically said that, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him." But there are a problem with these statements because, they were heard by some of the, fire responders, the paramedic responders, who were on the scene, but, a lot of the police officers who were also there at the same time didn't hear this, and then the sort of questioning of the circumstances of the statements revealed that, they all kind of remember the story differently. They heard them differently, in different contexts, and that kind of thing. Guys, the sound is so bad, I am going to, just restart this, so bear with me here. Let's see if snow is still bad. Ugh, I'm gonna see if StreamYard, the The stream online crime hasn't come on yet. Is this helping? No? Hmm. Well, guys, the gain on my mic is all the way down, so it should not be that. I don't have my phone on. It's way over here. Ah! What if I mute that? That didn't help. Oh, yikes. Let me try my audio one more time. Okay. That seems like it got worse. I don't have YouTube on. I am just going through StreamYard here. What about that? Nope. Well, sorry, this is kind of boring to sit and watch me mess around with the settings here. All right, guys, I'm gonna just shut everything down, restart. I'll be right back. Sorry about this. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully this is better because the screen is now getting shared.
I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
It is not the baseball cap. Go
22-117, the
Phils.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
To the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? Okay, so I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment. Most people said no. I will see the juror who raised her hand in just a minute.
Oh, somebody saw something very exciting. Oh, guys, hey, welcome to 6 a.m. Pacific time and our little scramble here to get things up and running. Thank you for being patient with me. I am glad it seems like we were able to get that echo situation all fixed. So I was giving a brief recap of kind of where we're at the trial, the overview. She's accused of murdering John O'Keefe with her car, but we have not really seen much evidence of that so far. We haven't heard a cause of death, to show that it's consistent. We've seen the rear of her vehicle when it was parked in John O'Keefe's driveway the morning after he was found dead. And it looks like there might be a part of a tail light that's got an issue with it, but no other significant damage to the truck. So these are just kind of raising some questions about the circumstances. Seems to me quite difficult that a truck is going to hit a human body at a high speed, hard enough to kill them and not sustain pretty significant damage. Not sure about Massachusetts. Do you guys hit deer out there a lot? And sorry to be morbid. We got a lot of deer around here, and a lot of times you might hit a deer. 30, 150, 100 pound animal or something like that. And just, leaves quite a lot of damage all over your car when something like that happens. So that's the frame of reference I kind of bring to this situation when I'm evaluating it. Look at this car. It does not look to me like a car that hit and killed a human being. So Karen Reed is alleging that she has been set up, that the home where she had dropped John O'Keefe off the night before to go to a party was the home of Brian Albert, a Boston police officer. And she's basically alleging that the Alberts are an established family in this town. It's a, small town with small town politics, and that this is basically a frame job to protect the Alberts, who are the ones responsible for John O'Keefe's death. The defense has been somewhat limited in their ability to make this argument at trial because they're arguing it's a third-party perpetrator. And there are some kind of specific rules that apply to that sort of defense you might have heard about. Oh, here we go.
Begin. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
And there he is. So this is the first of the Albert brothers that we'll be hearing from, who was present at 34 Fairview the night that John died.
Watch your step up. Then ask you to remain standing. Space the small by raising your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff, yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly.
I was drawn to work in marketing and SEO because I'm naturally
Thanks,
curious.
Line Crime.
I get that curiosity from my dad.
Oh, I have to go. Bye.
That's
Bye.
why I use SEMrush. Their suite of digital marketing tools
Sorry,
saves
guys.
me time
Can you step on it?
and helps me get the job done.
Hey, kiddo, what's your ETA?
Hey, I'm on my way.
So I can enjoy the
Let me get out
moments
of
that
this
matter
here.
most.
I am just having problems this morning. Where are we at here?
About in between 1 and 7.
Oh
So there's
my
2.
God.
There's 2 houses between mine and John's.
I don't know what's happening here, guys. Stop. This is chaos, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. Share
Yes.
that.
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian.
Did we get it? Holy
Now,
cow.
your older brother, Brian,
Okay.
what does he do for work?
He's a Boston
What a
police
nuts.
officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza Shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And do you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza.
Oh, that's a critical
correctly.
fact. What pizza did they get?
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. Because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead. Sorry.
And where did he say that he was?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. It's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of
You guys are slow
in the area
walkers.
where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah. So I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, about what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, are you coming down? Are you there? She was down there. So I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the Waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walked into the Waterfall, where did you go as far as, if anyone did you recognize me?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishments, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
These details
And,
from the
located
Commonwealth
close to the bar, is that
are
correct?
Yes.
infuriating.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the Waterfall?
It
There
doesn't
was a
matter
live
that there was a
band
band.
that was playing to the side.
We've heard
How
about the
close to
band.
your table
It's
was the
not
live
in
band?
dispute.
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people upstairs?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did,
Was it
yeah.
a
I was
Bud
starving.
Light?
I didn't eat all
Was it
day,
bottle
so
or
I
draft?
ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
I
Now,
can't
you
believe he
mentioned
just
that
asked
initially
that.
when you get there.
What did I
it's,
just
yourself,
say?
Brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet. Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, well, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, I call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the Waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your brother, your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as to where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the Waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think, nothing before I got to the Waterfall?
Not before you got to the Waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the Waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communication do you recall in regards to who was there or who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, who's there? And I said, my brother Brian. I said, Brian. He said, your brother Brian? I said, yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there. And he said, where's your brother Kevin? And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe. And then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as you?
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant to do?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? And
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under her coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
If you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned
Who
that the defendant
cares?
sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the Waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
No arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it wasn't. It's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't
Nobody
notice
has
anything. It
seen
looked fine to me.
Tears in the
As far
clothing.
as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area that he was?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I
No,
recall
really?
John
They were
standing
sitting
a
in
lot. I don't think he
seats?
sat at all.
Well, that does
I
it.
think
Guilty.
Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after, someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to
No,
live
I've
there.
never
grew up
heard
there.
of it. I've never been there in my
So
life.
prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that the ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking, sir.
Yeah.
Was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end, as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, you know, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
But you were drinking
And
beer and eating
your wife,
apps
Julie,
at the waterfall?
How long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of Fireball shots for the group.
And
Great diet food there.
who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
Look, when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned, that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the Waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that
I
night?
did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your
Didn't even go to
children were
Fairview?
concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you with that?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now, is that?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son,
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
and if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the Waterfall surveillance.
We need to watch the Waterfall video again, guys. We have seen this already so many times. This doesn't matter. Why all of the details about not the crime scene? This is such an infuriating case.
Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up. Okay. Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here,
And as far as the
Because that
bar is
really
concerned, where
matters
was
a
that?
lot.
back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
Half an hour in, and how much of this
And,
matters?
as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. And, I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56.
Oh, this is just starting to kill me here. The repetitiveness
If you could just pause
over
briefly, Ms. Gilman.
meaningless stuff.
Now, Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
It would be off sort of towards the left, is that?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56.
Here we are watching John O'Keefe not being murdered. We're catching all this, right? Filing all this away for future reference. We're going to really need this in deliberations. Even I, the obsessive note taker, have nothing to say about this.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
Wow, I'm really glad we spent all that time. What would we have done without those minutes?
Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you know that, sir?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah. That was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
Um, 8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that time?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife? I
was in shock. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2.
And where was that?
At my condo.
Thanks. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, let's get something now. We get Yannetti. That's going to be great.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
This
Mr.
guy is a
Albert, you and I have never
brawler.
met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton? Or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree
Oh, what's happening here?
with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
How can you not answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
No, I want to
But
know.
you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife Julie Albert
Correct.
and your son Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
that. That's sustained. You've got another witness. You can ask that of, Mr. Minetti.
Why can't he ask it of this one?
Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
So he's already getting so defensive, and you know, you can see how suspicious he is of this lawyer because he knows he's being led down the path, right? This is a very Socratic style of cross-examination where you just, you know, lead them down to the road to the point that you're making. He knows there's a point coming, but he doesn't know what it is. So he can't agree with very basic things that should be not difficult to agree with. You're an elected official. Of course you have some power. Of course your brother has some power as a police officer. Of course you're well established in this community. And you could just see him so resistant to answering these questions directly because he's afraid of where it's going to lead him. And that's just not a good vibe to get from a witness because it means you're not coming off as real, you know, forthright and direct. You're coming across as suspicious and nervous. And so I just don't know that this is necessarily a great look for him. I understand that you are expecting the defense to come at you, but you still have to be reasonable in what you expect the jury, you know, to buy from you. We have a big family. You're one of 5 selectmen. So you don't have any power. Is that what you're saying? It's no, of course you have some power. So, I mean, I'm glad that direct examination at least didn't take, you know, half of the day to go through all the details of, you know, the wind direction that the snow was coming down and how many steps it took before, you know, you had to turn the opposite ways on Washington Street, or just whatever, this painfully unimportant stuff that the Commonwealth has just consistently delivered us for 2 weeks now of this trial, this painstaking detail on all of this stuff that, from everything we can tell, doesn't matter at all. I mean, even going back to his opening statement, as meandering and difficult to follow as it was, we didn't get, you know, a big explanation here of why all these details at the Waterfall were going to matter to prove to us why John O'Keefe was murdered by Karen Reed. So now the focusing on all of these details just doesn't give me a lot of confidence that the Commonwealth has a whole lot to deliver here. They're just feeding us volume instead of feeding us quality. It's kind of like, you know, if you have good stuff, you want to put that out there, get it front and center. And we really haven't seen much good stuff at all. I was mentioning at the very top, we've heard 2 things that are helpful to the Commonwealth. Karen Reed is alleged to have said, I hit him at the scene of the crime while she was distraught after having discovered his body. And then we saw a photo of the rear of her car where it looked like something might have been kind of hinky with the right taillight. That's it. That's all that we have so far. And we're 2 weeks into a murder trial. It's just incomprehensible to me how weak sauce this is. And so if there are any goods at all here, the Commonwealth is practically making an effort to conceal them from us. I mean, where is it? Where is it? Why did we need to watch this waterfall video again? We've seen the video. We know they were all at the waterfall. It doesn't matter. Why does it matter? If somebody can give me some coherent explanation for why it matters for like the 5th time that we see that everybody is at the waterfall, which apparently is not at all in dispute. It's not in dispute. Why are we wasting time on this? It seems like we're wasting time on this because the Commonwealth is trying to distract us from the fact that there is nothing else there. They don't have anything else to give us. The important witnesses that we're waiting to hear from, they know that this is not going to go well from them. These people are going to be cross-examined very, very hard by the defense. And so, I mean, are we just kind of delaying the inevitable here? Are we hoping that the longer that we put this off, the less bad it's going to be? I can't follow the strategy here. This is really coming across as kind of just a rookie show. I mean, we heard earlier in the week, Judge Bev is finally starting to, you know, make some comments about how we need to move it along. We need to not be doing all this repetitive stuff. And it was kind of ironic because that came up in the context of something the defense was trying to do. But here we have the Commonwealth showing us the waterfall video for like the 5th time. That doesn't matter. It's cumulative. It's not adding anything to the substance of the case. We're not being told to move it along. But I mean, when are we going to get to the point? When are we going to get to the point here? It's just shocking. I can't imagine if I'm a juror on this case. We've spent how many days of our lives? We've lost our time at work. We're getting paid who knows what pennies for showing up here in jury service in Fairfax or Norfolk County. And this is what we're getting?
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Or if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz,
The former Canton police chief.
and how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age.
This is amazing, dude. I love this thing.
All right.
Cut so well.
Ken,
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really.
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. So their kids know each other. That's been kind of a common theme for how all of these people come together and start hanging out with each other. Very wanting to distance himself from any type of close relationship with Chief Berkowitz. I mean, is it so bad? It's a small town. You kind of expect that sort of thing.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you let the jury
Do you have a
know.
hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put
to
it in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
I would offer that, Ron.
Okay.
Kenny Berkowitz now.
Oh, wait.
55.
Oh.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, Mr. Bates. And the lights can go on. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectmen is to oversee public safety in the town.
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton.
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at the, I'm recently
I'm
elected.
new.
so
I
I'm
don't
just
know. I don't know what my
going
job
through
is.
it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would
Oh,
agree with me
man.
that the former Canton police chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and
That's
answer
okay.
that question.
I'm not
That's
sure.
not
I agree with
objectionable.
that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be, not sure.
And as far as your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with
Here
him
we go.
since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I mean,
I don't know if I call it tight.
he kind of took
He's not
a
an
fall
enemy
for
of
you.
yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
Okay.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
And what do you mean? What do you mean by familiar?
You knew who he was, you became familiar with
Yeah,
him.
he was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
2 of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly
Gotten
with
in
police
fights with them,
officers,
huh?
correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen as sidebar?
Sure.
So a lot of stuff getting sustained here. As you guys know, we're not getting the basis for the objections. Judge Bev specifically told them at the pretrial conference, no stating the basis. You simply say objection and she will either sustain it or not sustain it. And so that means that she is up there on the bench in her mind, ostensibly at least going through what all the possible objections are and deciding if one of them applies or not. A lot of the time I can kind of infer what it is. Like sometimes it's foundation. So you see him come back, they'll ask some more foundational questions and then she'll allow it. These earlier ones though, about Brian Albert and to some extent Colin Albert, they seem to be going to the third party defense stuff. She is keeping a very, very tight lid on how much she is letting the defense ask about Brian Albert. unless and until they get to the point where they've established some kind of link to show that he, possibly is the one who had something to do with John O'Keefe's death. She doesn't think that they're there yet. And I guess in fairness, we don't know. All we've seen is that, he was found dead outside the yard. They had been there together. And a couple of people commented that he looked like he was in a fight. So, I mean, we're getting closer, but not necessarily all the way there. And I'm not entirely sure, frankly, that Judge Bev will ever let us get all the way there. But so that's why a lot of that stuff is being sustained. This stuff having to do with the relationships, I find it a little bit weird that she's not letting that go, because that goes to bias. So she has normally given a little bit more leeway for that.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael.
This was a
Proctor to
hearsay
formally
objection.
Introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you?
Objection, Your Honor.
On February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or but?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you
Really
would have
needs
had
to be
before going out?
vague.
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the Waterfall, correct?
Yes,
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the Waterfall?
Yes,
And the Waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
yes,
maybe about 3 minutes?
about that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the Waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2
Is that
years
great
ago, so I
weigh-in
don't
food?
remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton police station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton
Quote.
Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
I love
No,
this.
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the Waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you...
That's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
That was one of the texts.
I may just have a moment. May I approach?
Sure.
Do we have, just say you don't have it, no?
It's too much.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach.
Go, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Okay. Come on over.
So this objection is it's not admitted yet, so you don't get to read the contents of it into open court until it's formally been admitted. This was some weird stuff that was happening earlier on that I noticed, where they were playing these things on the screen that had not been introduced as exhibits yet. I think she caught that and realized, no, need to run a little bit of a tighter ship here, because sometimes people aren't necessarily very good at their trial practice and don't pay attention to those kinds of details, but that's, really her job. Guys, remember that the jury has already heard from Lank, and so they have already heard all of this background about how Chris was out drinking at the bar and was getting in the fight, and then Lank, came out and got in the fight with the guys, and he did that for any citizen because he was terrified of his life and stuff. So they already know that kind of background about this guy who is now going to such lengths to minimize the law enforcement relationships. And I love, I love, even though it got sustained, it was objectionable, but I love that Yannetti pointed that out. Is there something confusing about my question? He just had walked him down that road of, they were friends. Well, and then drawing the contrast, friends or acquaintances. Okay, if you were watching earlier, that's going back to Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter who has a relationship with Caitlin Albert that she was very insistent was a relationship of acquaintances and not friends, although they had been photographed hanging out together in swimsuits and stuff on multiple occasions. So walked him through this road of, well, I'm not sure their relationship to, yeah, I guess they're friendly to, now they're friends. Not so hard to just acknowledge
I did
that.
yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one, or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the jurors' edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And so you'd agree that when you say it was two text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
Get over here.
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, that's...
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
Right, so you're...
It's a joke.
Saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay, we can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times?
I'm sure he did.
And bought a few rounds of drinks?
I'm sure.
Including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
You didn't feel like intoxicated or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties?
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived that your wife, Julie, didn't want to stay any longer or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
All right, and you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon?
Thought I said a lime, but yeah.
Okay. And you assumed that that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixture, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
And you
interactions.
You demanded he get there and then you're not paying
perceive
attention to
any
him?
tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the Waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the Waterfall. Sure.
So we'll show him leaving in the timestamp.
I think we need to back it up. Get started.
So now we're going to revise the timeline, because if he walked home, it took him, 20 minutes or so to walk home. And then Colin came in after 10 minutes after he had gotten home. So he's working on putting Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at the same time that John O'Keefe was there, or that they were outside.
If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it.
Look, I'm sorry to be rude, but that weight loss challenge
go.
has not been going
The
well.
co-counsel is much better at this than I. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
That's fine.
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please.
Leaving not at the same time as John O'Keefe.
Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than, farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
so
he's having a hard
let's
time
take it
understand
step by
this
step.
one.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the
Google
waterfall,
says
correct?
it's 230 feet, a
It's off of the
1-minute
same street.
walk.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it not?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know it. I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. You would
Yeah,
agree with me
way
that
different.
it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza.
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I
Can I
think
see Councilor Tepper for just a second, please?
Okay. Boy, he messed that one up and he knows it because I'm looking at Google Maps here and I'll share this once the video is done. But yeah, D&E Subs, it's right down the street. There's like 2 buildings in between them, and to get to his house, you're going entirely the opposite direction for quite a bit longer. This says it's a 5-minute walk. It's a less than 1-minute walk over to the Waterfall from the pizza place, and it's about a 5-minute walk to get back to his house. So yeah, he's trying to make it sound like, oh, I was just out of the Waterfall and right, right off in a jiffy. I was back home pretty much instantaneously. Well, no, probably took you about 10 minutes to get home. I'm sorry to say, look, the weight loss challenge, it hasn't been going that well. You're not moving that fast, buddy. Okay. You are not a brisk walker, even if it is super cold. It took you 10 minutes to get back home, at least. I'm not sure why Judge Bev is calling this sidebar here. Other than just kind of interrupting the flow a little bit, giving Mr. Albert here a chance to gather his thoughts and see if he can figure out what's going on with this situation. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard
No,
to
it's not your fault.
The timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the Waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the Waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar at like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold. Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day?
Correct.
Till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven?
Correct.
As well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the Waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom,
All right.
took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
Yeah.
and washed up?
But I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't
those
do
things.
either of those things?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after,
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. So
Oops.
with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19 because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine.
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. And then you walked up 2 flights of stairs. Right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay. All right. So you're getting up there around 12:20. or
Remembers
so,
that.
correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35.
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door.
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just
Ooh.
trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Obviously.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son, Colin, opened the bedroom door and woke you up?
Right now, we don't have a second to lose because it's election season.
Of
And you know what
course, they're
that
doing
means?
the ads,
Time to
the
make
good
it right.
stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay.
Oop.
And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lives, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old.
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nevercracker?
Ooh, here we
What
go.
is Nevercracker?
Yes,
Like the character?
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that
Monster House.
Nevercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was
He knows what's
your
coming.
nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John
Not
O'Keefe
correct.
complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nevercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me
Mad.
that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hand, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Yes.
Mr.
May I approach?
Yes.
All of these self-comforting gestures, just constantly self-soothing.
Mr. Albert, I place 2 photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but
Oh my God,
I
now
know
we're
the
going to
town
talk about
owns
the
a certain
easement?
portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those a fair and accurate representation of photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And
I
with the
can't
court's
believe
permission,
that
they be
little-
published for the jury.
Okay.
Backpedaling about, I don't know about the easement. I mean, how cagey can you make yourself
With regard
look?
to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
You have the second photo, please. Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
We can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the Waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
It's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
It's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
Ollie's going to get back up and have him tell us his version of the story of the porch photos and why that had nothing to do with Nevercracker, why they called him Nevercracker, and teased him about his lawn, and he's going to play stupid and deny all that.
Sure. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
right. Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe?
So the election was going on.
Photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police, when was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March.
So while the
something, end of
investigation
March,
was
maybe?
going on.
Well after January 28th, 2022.
Yes,
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
correct.
And why was that?
Why was that?
Yeah.
It just made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah,
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
No, I'm going on.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28th, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from there.
Now, with regards, regard to your son Colin when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point?
None.
In time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker,
Let's go. Let's
what
hear
was
it.
sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie, and then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
Correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Aaron. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the lawn.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Elder. And
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be sitting there like a juror. It's not going to be too long. I'm going to end.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
Thank you.
stay.
Sorry,
So,
sorry.
that's okay.
Jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please do on your chairs. Follow me. All right, here we go.
So it's all about a 10-minute
are
break, 'cause
muted.
I want to get more testimony.
All right, morning recess. Well, were there major points scored on either side
Hey
there?
there, Karen
No,
Reed, trial
not
watchers.
really.
You know what a lot of the
I'm
trials
gonna
we
go
cover
ahead and
remind
mute
me?
Jesse
It's that
here.
you got it.
Sorry about that, Jesse. Uh, no, I think the biggest significant thing here is forcing him to walk back the timeline on when he got home and then when he was able to confirm Colin Albert is here in my house. He clearly wants that to be before the 12:30-ish time frame, which is approximately when they're thinking that the allegation is that Karen backed her car into John and killed him. But they don't want Colin in the house the same time that Karen and John are there because I'm not sure that he saw the car outside. See, the car was parked outside for an extended length of time, like 15, 20 minutes or something like that. All of these people in the house have testified to seeing the house outside, seeing it in these various positions. But then later, when all the people in the house were leaving, nobody saw, John O'Keefe's body out there on the lawn. And so Colin Albert would have been leaving the house at approximately the same time that the car is parked outside. So did he see it? What did he see? I don't have all the details of the ins and outs of all the statements that everybody's made to different people. A lot of people that have followed this case a lot more closely than me in the pretrial know a lot more of those details than I do. So I'm not sure about the specifics of that one. But I'm pretty sure that Colin has himself out of the house before Karen Reed ever gets there. So this timeline can potentially mess that up a little bit for them. This whole thing with the Nebuchadnezzar and the friends versus acquaintances kind of stuff, I just don't get why they're so defensive about it. It makes them look more evasive, and looking evasive, makes you look guilty. Like if there was nothing wrong with you being friends, then just acknowledge you being friends. The chief of police being at his fundraiser in April or March, to me, that seems maybe like that's even a little worse than if this was around the time or even before the Fairview Road incident, because this is now, the case is being investigated. The grand jury indictment doesn't come down until June. So we're like in the middle of this process, and the chief of police is out here hanging out with, one of the witnesses. First of the Alberts here to testify at trial, got your arms around each other and stuff, giving you money for your campaign. That just does not really seem to me like that's a helpful fact to have in evidence. So yeah, I don't see that this was, once again, not particularly helpful to the Commonwealth and really gave the defense opportunity to chip away at some of these premises of their case. This has just been sort of the ongoing theme throughout the trial so far, is that none of this evidence, none of these witnesses have been especially helpful, but they are really just kind of being teed up for the defense to be able to elicit what the defense wants. And I continue to be baffled at this strategy. We just, where are the people that have something important to say? Because all we're doing is just giving the jury a lot of nothing, and you're going to argue about whether you're friends. I mean, you're going to make yourself look like there's something shady going on, looking like you have something to hide. There's some reason why you're very uncomfortable with this line of questioning. It's just not helpful. Not really sure why Chris Albert needed to be called as a witness at all. Why did he need to be called as a witness? He's got nothing really to say except to corroborate that everyone was at the Waterfall and there was a band there, and that John might have been drinking Bud Light. I mean, again, these are not material facts. They don't matter. He's not seeing Karen drinking. He's not seeing her intoxicated. He's not seeing any kind of fight between them. He added nothing. He really added nothing. The only thing that he's got in there is this whole piece about when Colin got home. And now he's had to walk that back. Now he's had to give the defense the timeline that's more in line with what they want. So no value add from putting this guy on the stand, and nothing here then except the potential to take away from the credibility of a future witness, Colin Albert. I don't know what the Commonwealth is doing here. It looks honestly to me like they just have their statement of facts, the kind of equivalent of the probable cause affidavit that they filed that explains this is the evidence that supports our theory of the case. And they're literally just putting on everything. They're just putting on everything. They have not gone through and sorted out what is material and significant here. What are the good bits? What is the stuff that really actually matters? They're just putting on like everybody that the police talk to for some reason, whether they're particularly helpful or not, whether it's cumulative or not, whether it's already a fact that's established or not. We don't need anybody else to identify Karen Reed in the courtroom. Can we stop that? No, we're not going to. Watch through this whole thing. That's not going to stop. Every single person is going to get up there and personally identify Karen Reed for some reason. Because I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. I can't put myself in this prosecutor's mind and get a sense of what he's thinking here. He seems very out of his depth. Like he's got a sort of technical script that he knows how to follow. But he does not have any real felicity to be able to adapt to what is going on the grounds. I mean, you guys know I use a lot of boxing analogies. I look at the courtroom very similar to a combat, type of scenario. And it's like he's just spamming this very weak do nothing jab with all of these witnesses. He's not landing anything. All he's doing is showing his openings. Like it's just he's on his bicycle buying time here. And you're in your case in chief. We're 2 weeks in now. You are halfway done with your case in chief as far as what you told Judge Bev for what your timeline is going to be. And you have not landed anything significant. You have not come with anything damaging at all. And the more you do this, the more the defense is getting the sense of what your rhythm is and what your habits are, the more they're going to be able to take advantage of that. They are going to see it coming and boom, they are going to be able to counter you as soon as that thing comes out. So there's just been so much time wasted. If I'm the jury on this case, I don't know why I'm here. I really don't. I don't know why I've been listening to all of these people. I don't know why all of this stuff matters. I'm really, I mean, honestly, I have tried to give the Commonwealth the benefit of the doubt here because, you know, they're bringing a case. They're entitled to show their evidence. I'm perfectly willing to watch it and listen to it and to take that into consideration. But what have they given me? They haven't given me anything. They have given me a hysterical woman saying something at the scene, maybe because some people heard it under completely different circumstances every time, and everybody else at the scene didn't hear it. So she may or may not have said it. But even if she did say it, I mean, she's hysterical. Does that prove that she you know, if the rest of the evidence doesn't line up with this accident occurring, with her hitting him with her car the way that the Commonwealth is alleging, then it doesn't matter what she says. She's hysterical. Like, she could be thinking anything. They already have her not being able to remember basic things like where you were the night before. All this type of stuff. Like, yeah, when you're in shock, that type of thing is pretty normal. I mean, it's going to affect a lot of people. So they have this admission at best. And so far I've seen a photo of the back end of a car that does not look like it hit somebody. Okay. Just as the layperson, that car does not look like it hit somebody hard enough to kill them. So that's just me. Willing to hear, you know, something to set my, you know, perspective different on that. But so far it hasn't been delivered. And why hasn't it been delivered? Why are we apparently waiting and waiting and waiting till the final moments here to get that kind of basic stuff in? So, yeah, I'm honestly just kind of lost with this one. The Commonwealth should be so far ahead by now. I mean, we're in their case. Every single presumption in a criminal trial really works in their favor. Everybody is walking into that courtroom. Oh, Karen Read's been accused of something. I wonder what terrible thing that she did. They're ready and eager to believe that the Commonwealth has the goods here. And certainly with the coverage, the media, the publicity that this case got ahead of time, there was quite a vocal contingent that, I mean, has been pretty adamant that, you know, they've got her dead to rights. She absolutely did this and there's no question about it. Well, me looking at this as somebody who is just only generally familiar with what the background is, I'm not seeing anybody dead to rights at all. I am not seeing why this is such a locked in case that I should be willing to just say Karen Read isn't entitled to ask any questions about these circumstances. Like, she's obviously blaming innocent people. I don't see that at all. I'm seeing a bunch of witnesses on the stand who seem to be acting evasive over things they don't need to be evasive about. I don't understand why they are. I am seeing the Commonwealth 2 weeks into their case and they haven't called any of these critical people yet. You haven't even established for me how John O'Keefe died. You haven't even established for me that it's consistent that he died, you know, with being hit by a car. All I've heard is a first responder and one of the responding detectives, Sergeant Lank, telling me it looks like he'd been in a fight. And so what am I supposed to do with that? That sounds a lot like Karen Read's theory of the case here, okay? And this is coming out in your case in chief. What are you doing? I mean, this is just not good. This is just not good. I got a couple super chats I'm going to pull up here. Now I have to choose between you and Sean's stream. Well, thank you. I don't object at all if you want to switch back and forth, and I will certainly be here later on for replay. So feel free to come in and out as you like. And Nzio, the I hit him from Karen reminds me a lot of Ralph Macchio and my cousin Vinny saying, I killed him, but they took it as I killed him. Well, that's definitely a possibility, right? Going to be arguing. This was a chaotic scene. This is a hysterical woman. She's screaming all kinds of things. Nobody is down here taking notes at the time. And it is one of those things that you have to think if this is I hit it, she's screaming this definitively in such a way that it's an admission and that people take it that way, like, oh, she's saying something about how this happened. That is going to catch everyone's attention. Everyone is going to be paying attention to that because their very first question out here on the scene is, how did this happen? And that's going to be the first piece of information that you have about how this happened, that oh, but there's somebody here that's saying I hit him. So that's what we know. That's what we would follow up on. That didn't happen, right? The police officers there at the scene, they didn't hear any of this. They don't find out about this until later on. So yeah, that's going to raise some pretty significant questions about what exactly was said and what was the context in which it was said. Was it just a misinterpretation? All of that kind of thing. The something else that I have seen here that is very, very questionable to me is Chris Albert now is, one of the second or third, maybe fourth witnesses to talk about at this time, the 12 to 12:30 at night time frame. It's only just starting to snow and there is barely any accumulation. If anything, there's a dusting, but it might be just wet on the ground. When we saw those photos of where John O'Keefe had been lying, there was a lot of snow under him. We even saw the police officer out there with the snow blower, having to clear the snow layer by layer. And it worked great, right? It worked great. Well, I'm sure it did work great at clearing the snow, but the problem is with the timeline, the snow is not even supposed to be there. Why is there snow on the grass? I have not heard any explanation from the Commonwealth for how this is consistent. Had it snowed before and there was snow there, from like days earlier? I don't know. I got nothing to work with here other than everybody who's talking about this time frame is telling me that it hadn't snowed very hard yet, but the pictures that you've showed me showed a lot of snow underneath him. So how is that going to be consistent with this time frame of he got knocked into the yard by Karen Reed's car at, about 12:30 in the morning when there was no snow? That is not going to make any sense to me. So, these are just some of the issues that I have that I'm seeing here that the Commonwealth is really not putting my mind at ease at all about why we're listening to all this, why we're in this case, why we're accusing this woman of having committed this crime. I'm not seeing the connection. I'm not seeing their theory being spelled out. I'm not seeing it holding together, to the extent that I can even tell what it is, because they did such a poor job in their opening statement of cluing me in on what it is that I'm supposed to expect from them. I have up here on my little banner, and a lot of you guys may know, I have a Substack now. I'm doing a lot more written stuff. It's just easier for me to, put out writing stuff. It's what I've done professionally for 20 years. And it takes me a little bit of time to, produce and put out videos and things like that. So anyway, I can get a lot more content out on my Substack. And I did write a piece about Karen Reed's, the opening statements that we got from the Commonwealth in this case, and just what a disaster it was. Possibly one of the worst opening statements I've ever heard in my life. The whole point of an opening is that you're there to explain to the jury what the evidence is going to be and how that is going to lead to the conclusion that she is guilty of the crime. If you're the prosecutor, it's explaining your theory of the case. And there was just nothing like that we got from the Commonwealth's attorney here, Mr. Lally. We got this this blizzard of names. He told us what the witnesses' names. Like, he told us the witnesses are going to be these people, and they're going to tell you about their observations. Okay, and why is that going to matter? Why am I going to care? Well, I'm starting to get the sense, the more that this has gone on, of why that is, because the Commonwealth doesn't have any idea where we're going with any of this either. All the Commonwealth knows is that there are going to be witnesses and they're going to say things. That's not a theory of the case. And so, your inability to be able to line that up for me and explain it to me crystal clear, very simple. What's your theory? What happened? Why did it happen? How do we know that's how it happened? That's all you're supposed to do in opening statement. And all I got was a bunch of names. So it's left me very adrift at this point in time. Just can't see what they've established that is helpful in any way. I can't really see where they're going. I just, yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know where we are here. I'm going to probably this weekend work on another piece on Substack. That's basically going to be my update of the scoring. Okay. I like to score these things round by round. And this trial, this is a long trial, guys. It's expected to be 6 weeks long. Lots and lots of witnesses. This is like an old school Jack Johnson, Jack Dempsey length fight. Okay. This is not your nice, clean little 12-round championship fight that we have in the modern era. Okay. This is going to be the old school throwdown. You will fight as many rounds as it takes until somebody gets knocked out. And if that's 50, if that's 100, I mean, it is what it is. So relative to that, we are still very much in the early rounds of this case. We're 20 some witnesses in, I think. I've been trying to keep track of this kind of thing, but I think we're at number 22. I think Chris Albert was. And so there is a long way to go, but they've just been so overmatched this whole time. And if the defense were in the position to really be landing their own stuff instead of just, what they're able to get out on cross-examination, I feel like any reasonable coach would have thrown in the towel by now. We would have recognized we're not capable of accomplishing anything here. This fight needs to come to a close. But the defense hasn't been able to hurt him yet. They are limited, like I said, and Judge Bev has given the Commonwealth a lot of help here by limiting the third-party defense, by not letting them really get into a lot of these details, a lot of the basis for their theory that, no, this wasn't Karen Reed that did it. This was actually something that happened inside 34 Fairview that the people there are now covering up. And I mean, I have mixed feelings about that. I have mixed feelings about how third-party defense stuff gets handled in court. I understand that it's very easy to create a sideshow if you just, if the defense goes in and just, well, no, that guy could have done it. That guy, argued with him about something stupid, months before, and therefore he had a motive and therefore it was him. It's distracting. It's, risking getting you into a mini trial over stuff. The guy can't necessarily defend himself. He's not accused. So, I understand having some types of limits on that. And so in most places, the standard is going to be, well, you just have to have some evidence of direct involvement. You can't just have, it could have been him. It could have been somebody had the opportunity to do it. Somebody had the motive to do it. You really have to have a combination of those types of circumstances to be able to get into that. But in this particular case, it's hard for me to see how they don't have that. I mean, just starting from the fact John O'Keefe was going to this house. He was going to this house for a party, and that's where he was found. That's a direct link with the people in the house who were there, who invited him to be there. So then the only question becomes, well, are the circumstances such that, we would have reason to think that he did that? Well, I think we do if we have, on the one hand, all these people in the house saying, well, he never got there. He never came inside. And then we have Karen Reed telling all of these other people in these statements that we've heard in the testimony so far that she dropped him off and went home. And then he just never came home. And so by 4 a.m., she's frantic and she's calling people trying to figure out where he is. If he didn't come home and he's found outside on the lawn, what happened? I mean, it raises, yeah. And by the way, he looks like he's been in a fight. It makes it look like, you know, there is some kind of connection there. There is more here than just, oh, we're speculating that there could be some involvement. We have a pretty good reason to think, well, if it wasn't Karen, if she dropped him off and he didn't go inside, then what was it? All right, Judge Bev is back now. Oh, I've still got her muted.
Mrs. Calderon?
Okay.
And we're going to go straight to sidebar before the next witness. So who are we going to get now? You know, I speculated yesterday that we were going to get Jen McCabe, and that was just based on some of the comments that they had made about, are the exhibits going to be ready? Are there going to be evidentiary issues relating to this witness? They could have been talking about Chris Albert just because he is one of the first witnesses. But it makes sense to me in terms of just the order of how they've been progressing. Let's see who we get.
All right, so Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
Call Miss Julie Albert to the stand.
Okay.
Julie Albert. Number 23.
Please make standing business. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So we're going to hear more about the waterfall, okay, the stuff that doesn't matter. That's what we're going to hear about now from her.
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
She
Lally.
wasn't there. She went home with a headache.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And how long have you lived with you?
A little over 2 years.
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
My whole life. 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Avenue?
15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses were on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's 2 houses. There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing
Is she
Mr.
chewing
O'Keefe,
gum?
were there other sort of people that that knew you that also knew him?
Yes. Yes.
Who were some of those?
She's chewing gum.
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for?
Yes.
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
Yes.
I'm going to
Now, at some
assume.
point,
Sorry to
you,
be
Mr.
rude
O'Keefe,
again.
did you come to
I
know
think
somebody by
she's
the
a
name of Karen?
smoker. She looks like a
Yes.
smoker to
When
me.
about was
Is
it
she
that
chewing
you met?
nicotine gum? Is that what this is about? Why would you chew gum on the stand?
Maybe in like 2021, like, you know, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, you know, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes. Between
Yes,
her
we-
lawyers right over there.
We badly need to identify Karen Reed again. Make sure we have the right person in the courtroom. We
Now-
have not established that yet. By the way, is it snowing?
On some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now,
8 Sleep Pod Cover. It's a liquid-cooled mattress topper that is clinically proven to give you better sleep. So let me tell you.
22. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
By the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or how, well, let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago?
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
When we say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friends?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Okay. That would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Yeah, that is definitely
Your
gum.
husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
of? Is Waterfalls, where is it?
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at D&E to Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the
No,
street? or-
5-minute walk.
Opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else, or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Well, we better show you the video
Yeah,
to
she
make
was ready to
sure
leave.
we
Yep.
can identify everyone.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural, so you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece, and Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out
Yep.
to celebrate, didn't end up coming?
Correct.
And why was that?
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to Waterfall?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the Waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the Waterfall.
Give us the layout
where was it
again.
that three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior evenings, on certain nights, does the Waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have, every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in. And the band was to the right of me against a wall and kind of like an alcove, like a little against the wall.
Somebody want to wake me up
And
when she says
when
something
you
new
went there,
and
was the
different?
band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Mr. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the Waterfall when he was done with work?
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the Waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want you to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
if you know approximate time.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband Christopher comes over to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got?
Came in, yeah.
He came in, did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, he probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And
I would think.
you and the people in your group, were you?
But do you know?
drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it? Do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, what is he? Do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when he
Yes.
was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw. a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct? And
Is that yes?
you know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband, Christopher, arrived?
I don't recall.
At some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, have you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them. No.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were at like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids' sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
Okay. So you would go to sporting events with Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember exactly.
But after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now then, you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well.
My
So
eyes
you
are
have to make
glazing,
sure you
guys.
say yes or no, okay?
I'm
And
sorry,
the other
but
thing
this
you
is
say,
just hard
I
to
assume,
take.
or I guess. Don't answer it. If you don't know.
We
you
know. We know all this.
And
We already know.
if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came?
Before 11 o'clock?
The sirens are more compelling than these questions.
Okay. And with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the Waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything like that?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see, so the clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
Oh my
I don't
God.
recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, "You're crazy," or something, just because she walked in with the glass.
Did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes,
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on the same side of
Opposite
Washington
side.
Street?
Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF McCarthy's
Yes.
water.
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes,
And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes,
And when you left, where did you go?
home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out? If you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And my middle son was not home.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
He was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego, yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes, he was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes,
Is this him communicating with you?
yes,
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
yes. My brother and sister-in-laws, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes,
Now, while you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall just for a second. So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And from your observations, did you ever see him with like a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
Nobody saw the
And
coat,
with
dude.
regard to the
Stop
clothing
trying
that you
to
observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you
make
observe?
the
as far
coat
as the condition of that
materialize.
clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on there?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope, nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
During the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the waterfall?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
So they talked about that at the
Was
very
that something
beginning
that
of the
you had
night?
discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
Was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening, once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And who came home first? Your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
my husband.
You know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
Ah,
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your
stuck
husband
with the same timeline.
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out. And he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin, have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son called?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep. He came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and he came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him, obviously?
Yes. We talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I had asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son, Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay? Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning of the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
Is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
It was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And Not from Ms. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McCabe?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes,
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house, at this point what was the weather like?
It was coming down, the snow was coming down pretty good.
And with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that point?
I don't recall. I don't.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
Oh, what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock, 8:30, around that.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway, what did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door and he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, if anyone else was there?
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe.
And where were they in relation to the house?
In the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there and I was looking around and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked what's going on. And another maybe 30 seconds went by and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information, how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview, how long a period of time were you there that?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
And during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Why did they go back?
And similar to questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And, same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
And when you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regards to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
When you say they, how many of them came to you?
There were 2.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall?
Your best friend's husband, it sounds like.
Everything you just testified.
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know why he doesn't get that out on direct. He knows it's coming on cross. You know they're coming at her on cross with your best friends with Trooper Proctor's wife.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms.
Okay.
Giannetti?
Anything material there? No. Nothing. Nothing there that tells me Karen Reed
afternoon,
murdered
Ms.
John
Albert.
O'Keefe.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to pick up on a question and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your
Here we
answer
go.
was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I
It
don't
was
know.
February 10th of 2022 that 2 state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialized with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Mr. Bay. No, everybody.
Well, so far she's handling this a lot better than her husband did. Just go ahead and admit it. I mean, it's true. They're going to be able to prove it. Yeah, you knew the cop. Great. Still not sure why we're talking to her altogether. What did she give us? Anything new that anybody else hasn't already said? I don't think so. I did find it quite interesting how directly on that 12:10 time that she was, you were lying in bed when he got home, and you just happened to know it was 12:10. You went home with a migraine and you happened to know it was 12:10 when he got home. It's quite an odd time to just pull out of the air, don't you think? I mean, if you are estimating, it seems like you'd be, 12, quarter after 12, 12:30, something like that. 12:10 is like a specific time. And it just happens to be the specific time that Chris Albert was trying to put himself in the house as well, that he had to back away from. So that to me, doesn't look good. It kind of looks like you guys both tried to line up that story. Just how it comes across to me. Going to be interesting to see how Yannetti pulls that apart. The donuts thing. I mean, okay, I'll buy that you go buy donuts for your kid every morning, or this nephew every year for his birthday. I do find it a little weird you'd be leaving them in the car. Why would you leave them in the car? They're for the kid. There's people at the house. Why wouldn't you just take them up to the house? I don't understand that. Like she's trying to distance herself from the meeting a little bit. But okay. Is anybody else going to corroborate? Yes, this was a regular tradition. Nobody else said that. Chris didn't say that. Chris said the family tradition was they go to his place for pizza when they turn 21, but he wasn't even turning 21. I don't know why we're sidebarring on this. I mean, I guess because the relationship between the sister of Michael Proctor and Michael Proctor himself is a little bit more remote. And so her being a caretaker for Michael Proctor's nieces and nephews, maybe isn't enough bias for Judge Bev. But other than that kind of specific, I think we're on pretty solid ground here with establishing the relationship with the primary investigator. That's classic fair game for the defense to get into. Quick pause here just to address this. Explain the charges, why they're pushing murder versus accidental. Well, that's a great question. That's what the indictment says. That's what the indictment was that they sought. That's what they were able to get. The indictment, not only that, was very specifically intentional murder. They said basically she assaulted him with the intent to kill him. So yeah, that's what they set it up as. That's what they have to prove. It seems to me, yeah, a lot more feasible to at least have in your back pocket as a fallback type of position. Okay, well, maybe she didn't intentionally do it because that's pretty hard to prove. But at least have as your fallback position that it was an accident. Now, from what I understand is coming from the few things that Lally gave us an opening that were helpful, he claims there's going to be data from her car that shows that about 12:45 a.m. she rapidly reversed at 24.4, 24.2, something like that, miles an hour for 60 feet. So presumably, he's saying that's when she killed him. And their argument's going to be that's proof that she did it intentionally.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children.
Who gets to ask it?
Need a time frame, Mr. Newman.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
Twenty nineteen. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
The pool photo. Kind of weird how we can hear their whispering. I don't think we're supposed to hear that. So she said not through this witness. Well, I don't know why her kid being the ring bearer for Proctor can't come in. Maybe it's going to have to come in through Proctor is what the judge is saying. I don't know why you would have to only get it in through that person. Maybe because they're like pre-impeaching Proctor or something. But I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this Bowden defense, right? The Bowden defense is this variant on the third party culprit. That's basically the police did such a poor job with the investigation that, you know, it could have been anybody. Like they didn't put any real effort into verifying who the actual perpetrator was. And so, yes, the bias of the lead investigator is going to go directly to this Bowden defense. He didn't investigate these people because he didn't want to. He has personal relationships with them. He's going to credit the things that they say and just take it for granted, not require verification and stuff, as opposed to the people that he doesn't know and isn't as close with. So this is all pretty squarely in that wheelhouse, and I don't know exactly what her thought process is about. Well, you can't ask this witness, but you have to ask somebody else. I think a lot of this, and this may explain too some of why the Commonwealth is presenting its case in this way, because Judge Bev is requiring, you know, certain things to be done through certain witnesses and certain foundations to be laid before the defense can go down like the specific road of pointing the finger at, you know, specific people that they're alleging are third party culprits. It may be that is why the Commonwealth is delaying those people to the very end.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
I'd say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Oh, and now
Well,
we're
that's
getting
you to define
evasive.
Very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead, next question.
Yeah, that's
You got your
fair. That
answer.
is definitely
I
fair.
didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead, repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
no,
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
yes,
Text each other, correct?
yes,
You also talk by phone.
very rarely.
Is it fair to, did you say very rarely you talk to
Phone,
Courtney Proctor by phone?
usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this.
Someone's got phone records.
Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only
Ooh.
speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
Ooh, that's a time frame.
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st
Oh boy.
of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Holy cow.
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
Oof.
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Oh.
Well, you know that
man.
my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
No, but you remember 12:10, your husband got back into the house? Oof. 67 times. That landed.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach, your memory's exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
Yep, so now she gets to be refreshed with her phone records. Oh my. Wow.
I mean,
Sure.
I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to her.
Right. No, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Mr.
middle-
Yannetti, just bring them up,
Sorry.
please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Here you go. Have all the glasses you need. He's prepared with glasses for them. This is freaking
It's
rad.
the third line down.
Third line down.
I will say
Yes,
I've
I see
never
it. I
brought
don't.
witness
I
glasses
don't
to
recall.
court.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for?
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think a lot of people have this misconception about what estate planning is. I didn't really even know what
22.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment,
Quite a few calls
you
for
spoke
someone
to
who
her
gets up at 8.
again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you
Your
knew
nephew
that John
that you
O'Keefe
bring
was
the
found
donuts
dead
for
on
at his
your
house?
brother-in-law, Brian
That
Albert's
maybe?
lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily your family was involved.
What do you
in this
mean?
case,
Of course it
correct?
involved your family.
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. So folks, why don't we end here?
Are we done for the day?
We'll be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. I'll see counsel inside our other jurors. So thank you very much.
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
So I don't know, why are we finishing up here 30 minutes early? That's a question, huh? I don't know if we're going to get back on the record, so I'll just leave this up to see if anything else is going to come in the short term. But yikes, 67 phone calls with Proctor. Somebody left a comment here that I thought was quite good. Didn't occur to me. She probably doesn't remember because it was their husbands talking using the wife's phones. Well, that's not a bad idea, is it? That's not a bad theory. I mean, one way or the other, either, this shocking lack of recollection of what was going on in all of these conversations. According to her, it's rare. It's rare for them to talk on the phone. They have 67 conversations in 5 days when Karen Reed is being arrested and going to court. So it's a rare thing for them to talk on the phone. And they do it all these times, but she doesn't remember any of that. It doesn't stand out because it's different from how you normally interact with this person. There's a reason why you were calling on the phone and not texting. There's a reason. This is not looking good for her. Not looking good for her. I mean, I thought she'd been doing pretty well so far. She'd handled that whole, you know, yes, I'm friends with these people line of challenging pretty well, a lot better than her husband did. She wasn't nearly as evasive until these details started getting pinned down. And now she can't remember any of those things. Ay. Doesn't remember anything that they talked about. Family was somewhat involved. She didn't want to say, well, yes, it involved my family. It happened on the lawn. They're witnesses. He was going to your house. Of course they're involved. Of course this involves your family. And she had to get evasive with that. The own goals from the Commonwealth, they just keep coming. They just keep coming. She wasn't necessary to call in the first place. Why did you even call her in the first place? She gave you nothing. She gave you nothing for your case. She gave you nothing. Although at least we didn't have to look at that stupid waterfall video again. Thank God it wasn't pointed out to us yet another time where everybody was sitting at the high top table and who had Miller Lite versus who had, well, sorry, we did have to learn apparently about people drinking White Claw. It got them nothing. And look at this. Now we know she's on the phone with the sister of the lead investigator 67 times in the 5 days after Karen Reed is arrested. I am befuddled. I'm really befuddled. I don't know what the Commonwealth is doing here. I just don't know. Man. Question here, would the defense have called her if the prosecution did not? Maybe. I mean, maybe they're going to have to make that call, right? But what does she have to add that is material that didn't, you know, wouldn't have already been elicited by other people? So in Massachusetts, you are allowed to impeach your own witness. Some states don't let you do that. Their position is if you put somebody up on the stand, you are sort of vouching for the credibility and reliability of what they have to say. So you can't put them on and then suggest that they're not credible. Massachusetts is not like that. And in fact, to my understanding, most states are not. So you can impeach your own witness, but you can't still typically call somebody for the sole purpose of being able to impeach them. There has to be some reason why you're calling them to elicit some fact from the stand. So I suppose perhaps the defense could have gotten there through this timeline vis-a-vis when Colin Albert got home that they're trying to establish. They could have potentially called her to ask her, you know, those types of questions, get that very specific 12:10 time when Chris Albert came home and went to bed. And then after that, yes, follow through with the impeachment. So yeah, I mean, I think they could have, but this is part of the point here. The prosecution knows this is coming. They know this is coming. Okay. When you get into a boxing match, you know, you're going to be hit. You know, they are going to be trying to throw punches at you that will hit you if they're able to do that. You know, it's coming. They even know like what the specific weaponry is that the defense is bringing here. They know what their game is, and why they are not handling this better, diffusing it, getting this out on direct. This is very common. Lord knows defense lawyers have to do this all the time. Okay. You have to take the sting out of the bad stuff that you know is coming, because often you have to put your defendant, your client on the stand. May not be that sympathetic a
See you
person.
tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. So nothing more today. Coming back tomorrow morning. where we will, I have no doubt, hear quite a bit more about the whole time frame, right? We're going to go back to that 510 because now they're going to have to nail her on that deadline as well. Am I still on here? All right, done with that. So they're gonna come back and they're gonna hit her with that 1210, and the time frame, the video of him not even leaving the waterfall until after that. They're gonna remind her that she went home with a migraine. You're probably not sitting there watching the clock, right? I don't know about you guys. I don't get migraines a lot, but I do get them from time to time. And for me, it's very light sensitive. I will lay on the couch with a pillow over my head, so that I don't have to see anything. I don't want to look at the clock. I don't want to look at a screen. Like that's not going to help. Maybe that's not the type of migraine she gets. I don't know. But it's just not the type of thing when you're not feeling good. I just, you weren't paying attention, yet you came up with this very specific number. The defense is going to be able to prove that your very specific number is wrong. This is not looking good. On top of you having 67 phone calls with the sister of the lead investigator on the case. Yikes. I'm wearing a Phillies hat when I live in Washington State because the Phillies rock, and the Phillies are having the best start in all of baseball this year. Okay, first to 26 games. They're absolutely killing it. You know how rare that is. I watched every single game last season, and I'm pretty sure it was after the All-Star break before we even broke 500. So to be having this type of season, yeah, I'm excited about it. Deal with it. Oh, all right, guys. Well, I mean, I don't even know what to say with where we are right now. This is such a sinking ship. This is a sinking ship. I pointed out in my Substack piece that I wrote about this so far. One of the strangest things, it's just an awkward thing that Lally did in that opening statement. He used this mixed metaphor, right? Because he's not very prepared, he's not very good at thinking on his feet. He offers the jury a roadmap to help them navigate the waters of the case, right? Well, I don't know about you. I sure don't want to be driving through any more water than I have to be driving through. And I definitely don't want help navigating my way out if I find myself getting into something that is a little saturated and soft in my car. My wheels are going to start to spin. I'm going to lose my traction. I might get swept away. It's going to make me a little bit nervous. And I am feeling like, unfortunately, that is all that the Commonwealth has delivered here so far. All they have done is dragged my car into the water, and I am now watching it sink. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what we're doing here. The Commonwealth is not helping me navigate this at all. They're the reason why I'm in this mess. What is happening? What is happening? Why are we 2 weeks into this? And this is where we are. This is crazy. This is just crazy. It is getting worse and worse and worse. The defense is scoring points off of every single one of these witnesses. I mean, what's going to be the takeaway from today in court? 67 phone calls. That is going to be the takeaway. Clear defense win. Crystal clear. I mean, can't get around that. Rarely talk on the phone. They're sort of friends, really trying to minimize that. 67 phone calls in 5 days after Karen Reed is arrested. And it was all unnecessary. It was all unnecessary because she really had nothing of value to add in the first place. Oh, man. Well, I don't know what to expect tomorrow, guys. It's just, I mean, are we ever going to get to like the point here, the meat here? Are we ever going to get to the witnesses that matter, the evidence that matters? I'll tell you, when I came into this case, here's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know, what is John O'Keefe's cause of death? What was his condition when they found him? because I need to know, is that consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? I want to know, what is the evidence that this vehicle was involved in a motor vehicle collision? Is it damaged? We've seen one photo so far that maybe it's got some slight damage to the tail light, but doesn't really look like a car that hit somebody hard enough to be able to kill them. I wanted to know, are there conditions outside? Like, are there skid marks? Are there tracks? Is there noise? Did people hear anything? Is there anything like that that can substantiate that some sort of accident took place out there? Haven't heard any of that. I wanted to know, how did this accident happen? If the Commonwealth's theory is that Karen Reed backed her car into John O'Keefe, and somehow he landed on top of a cocktail glass without his shoe, how did this happen? Just show me the mechanism. Explain it to me. How she hit him with her right tail light, which, I mean, I need to see, like, the configuration on the road. Where was she parked? What is this movement going to look like? This is what I care about. Okay. I don't care about whose kids play JV basketball or varsity basketball. I don't care about whether we're drinking Miller Lite or Bud Light or White Claw or Fireball. I don't care if there was a band at the bar. Like, none of this stuff matters. Where is the stuff that matters? Why are we having to wait to get to this? I am feeling I'm feeling like I've been propagandized to, with just, again, the way this case has been presented, like it's such a shut and closed, rock solid case against Karen Reed, that I shouldn't even be able to ask questions. I shouldn't even be able to think for myself about, does it seem possible that maybe there's another explanation for this crime? That maybe that explanation would involve the people at and associated with this house where it happened, who, by the way, from the little I've seen so far, seem to be acting pretty damn shady. Everyone knows each other, but we're trying to minimize that. I was a little surprised, maybe not. I guess it doesn't really matter, because the jury had already heard from Detective Lank about, or Sergeant Lank, about that incident with Chris Albert and the fight. So I was a little, I guess, surprised that the defense didn't go back over that with him. I suppose maybe Bev wouldn't have allowed it because, she limited that impeachment pretty strongly. And it was impeachment of Lank. It's not, substantive evidence in its own right. But at the same time, it does, kind of reiterate this connection that he had with, law enforcement, with a friend, another friend of his on the force, who was such a good friend that he got in a fight with them and apparently got sued and got a complaint and all this other kind of stuff. All I'm seeing is that these people are kind of acting shady. I haven't seen anything really shady from Karen Reed at this point. I mean, what am I supposed to be hanging my hat on here? She sees him. She goes out to the bar and meets him. They have a normal relationship. They're happy. Have normal couple fights. They fight over her spoiling the kids with Dunkin' Donuts. That's a motive to murder? I'm not seeing that. And I'm at a loss for what else here I'm supposed to be outraged about. Why am I thinking that she did this? I don't have anything so far, but just, well, she was maybe there about the same time. She's very upset the next morning. Is that shady? I mean, I don't know. If my husband didn't come home, I might be a little nervous. I don't tend to be a hysterical type of person, I pride myself I'm very calm under pressure. So I don't know that I would be like screaming and panicking and stuff, but I understand that some people are, a little more high strung, a little more nervous about that kind of thing. I mean, if she expected him to be home and he wasn't home, and that was very unusual, like the witnesses have established so far, then yeah, I can see somebody being a little nervous and upset about that. Where is he? Where did he go? Nobody's seen him. And then the more and more people you call, then nobody has answers for where he is. He's not in the hospital. He's not with somebody else. Nobody has seen him. Yeah, you're going to get more and more nervous as time goes on. So I just I'm not seeing it, guys. I really do not know where the Commonwealth is taking us here. I'm at a loss for words. I really am. I just don't know what is going on. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. I don't think there's anything else going on in the comments that we need to address. So we'll see what's going on tomorrow. I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say probably more of the same. I guess my closing comment at this point is just sort of, regardless of whether Karen Read did anything or not in this situation, if the Commonwealth doesn't get a conviction here, I feel like they really only have themselves to blame. Not just because of everything we've already seen so far this week that I haven't even talked about, with the evidence collection and the lack of evidence collection. Like I told you, for example, we've seen one photo, one video from the dash cam of the back of Karen Read's car in the morning after this happened at 8 something in the morning. And it might show something wrong with it, but it might not. It's really hard to tell. And I'm just baffled why I haven't seen a photo of her car at the time when it was seized and taken into evidence later that day. I mean, you're seizing this car as evidence of a crime. You believe it was involved in this incident. Why did you not document this thoroughly right when you first got it, right when it's, where she left it, where you're seizing it? The failures to document this stuff, and to just take reasonable steps to secure the evidence that you did get. You don't put biological evidence in a shopping bag. What is the matter with these people? They have no idea whose nasty, greasy fingers that they've been sticking in their mouth and licking, and the straw they've been sucking on in their cup that they stick in the bag. I mean, all of this is contamination. All paper bags are not created equal when it comes to evidence collection, okay? And a bag from a shopping, a grocery store, it's just so not appropriate. And I have such a hard time believing that in the CSI era, even police who are not highly trained in this type of process, I just find it very hard to believe that even they wouldn't know that, yeah, a shopping bag is not, that's not it, guys. That is not what you should be doing with this stuff, because you've rolled it up and now everything on the inside can be like falling into those Solo cups. I don't love the Solo cups either, but I'll tell you, I have way less of an issue with the Solo cups than I have with this paper bag, this paper shopping bag, with who knows what on it. You've now, potentially contaminated your evidence. You've taken this now out to the Sally Port next to her car that you're going to be inspecting for biological evidence. And what do? You open it up right there. What happens when you open the bag? Whoof, air moves, particles move. You've got a potential for contamination here. The failure to document that. Where is I was told by the first responders that the snow between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and leading up to the front porch, it was pristine. Where's the photograph of that? If you're telling me that it's important enough that you noticed it at the time and you noticed it and are so able to testify to it now, years later, but you didn't bother to take a picture of it, I understand it's hard to take, it's very hard to take photos in snow. I understand this extremely well. And I can appreciate, okay, you're a small town department. You may not have all of this equipment and stuff like that. You might not have like a really nice camera where you can adjust the f-stop and, the exposure and stuff like that. It's to photograph snow, you need to underexpose it because your light monitor is going to be, it's going to be, basically giving you a wrong reading. It's going to blast your photos. So you don't get any detail with the snow. It just gets all washed out. So I understand they might not have, gear to be able to do that really well, but at least show me that you tried. Can't you at least show me that you tried? Why didn't you document the car tracks going in and out of the driveway? I mean, if the issue here is the snow and the timing and being able to sort of ascertain who was there when, wouldn't I want to see if there were fresh tracks from cars going in and out of the driveway? Wouldn't I photograph that to document it? There were, what are we at now? Like 8 first responders on scene at this morning. And apparently only one of them was taking photos with some kind of potato of a phone. When a cop gets killed, when a cop is found dead somewhere, I just feel like, from my experience, everyone is documenting that. Okay, I've had far less significant crimes being investigated than, an officer potentially being killed, where just about everybody on the scene is over there snapping pictures with their phone. Why? Because you can't take too many. You can't take too many photos. And everybody knows, well, they might not turn out, or they, this guy's phone might be better or worse than the other guys. So redundancy is a good thing in the investigation. You just do it over and over and over. That didn't happen here. Nobody is documenting this. And that just seems very strange to me. It just seems very strange how little effort was taken to preserve for everybody. And so that's why I say, if they don't get a conviction at the end of the day, the Commonwealth has nobody to blame but themselves. They didn't do their one job. Their one job is to eliminate reasonable doubt. It's to eliminate reasonable doubt so that they can show, here is why we think Karen Read did it. This is why we think we're going to be able to show you beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Read did it. They have not even come close to that so far. So yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know where we're going. What are we going to do for tomorrow? Are we going to live stream this? I guess we can. We are finally starting to get into, eventually, hopefully, some of the more interesting stuff. I don't know what they're going to want to do going straight into the weekend. It's kind of a gamble situation for the Commonwealth, right? Because if we get into somebody that is going to take a lot of time, somebody like a Jennifer McCabe or a Brian Albert or a Brian Higgins, it's going to have a long direct. It's going to have probably a much longer cross. And so you run the risk of the break coming at a time when then all weekend, this is all anybody is going to be talking about. if the Commonwealth were smart, if I had faith in their ability to strategize how to put a case together, you know, giving consideration to all of these things, I would be putting on something that I know we are going to close the end of the day Friday on a strong point. I don't know what their strong points are, frankly. So I don't know what that is. From what I heard from the opening, the strongest thing so far seems to be this proof that her car was moving 24 some miles an hour, 60 feet, 12:45 in the morning in reverse. I don't know how they come to this conclusion. I don't know what that's based on. I don't know who's saying that. There's a whole lot of, you know, data that can be recovered from the car's onboard diagnostics, right? And then they have all these other systems in them to kind of record, like, is there an airbag deployment, all kinds of things like that, especially in like newer cars with all these safety features on them. So I don't know what that's based on. Are they literally telling me that data came from the car that said that happened, or is somebody making that interpretation based on things that they can get from the car, like the acceleration, the engine rate, speed, airbag deployment? I mean, I kind of think if you hit somebody hard enough to throw them into the grass, your airbag's probably going to go. So I have to assume this sounds like some of the strongest stuff the Commonwealth has. So I would be ending with that on the weekend if that's the strongest thing I have. But I kind of doubt that that's where we're going. I'm really not expecting that. So yeah, these trials, like I said, they start a little early over here for me, guys. It's part of why I'm not streaming this one every single day. But I will go ahead and take a look at it tomorrow morning. I'll plan on getting set up to be here again. So, I mean, if nothing else, just so we can see where are we leaving this? Where are we leaving this after 2 weeks for the weekend for everybody to talk about? I'm a little bit nervous that it's going to be more snow, more waterfall videos, and not a whole lot else. But I'm definitely eager to see what else the defense has to challenge Julie Albert here. We know that they're going to get back into the stuff with Nebercracker. We know they're going to get into the stuff with the 1210 timeline. But boy, the 67 calls, that was a surprise. I wasn't expecting that. Nobody told me in opening that was coming. So that landed, and I'm definitely interested to see if they've got more stuff like that in their back pocket. So, guys, I'll be here streaming tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll not have the same chaos as this morning with the sound and the screens and all of this kind of stuff. I'm still not going to pay for YouTube Premium, so I will get the ads, but I've had people mention to me off and on that NBC 10 in Boston is also streaming this trial. So I might go ahead and use their link tomorrow and see if they can give me the straight trial without any ads, unlike Law and Crime. So wrap it up, guys. It's another very damaging day for the Commonwealth. They got nowhere. The defense scored big, and that's about all we got. That's kind of been the story of this trial so far. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Hopefully you can come back in tomorrow. We'll watch it some more. Keep an eye on my Substack. I'll be working on, like I said, my recap of where we're at, my scorecard of where we're at so far for the weekend. And one of these days, maybe we'll get to see a case from the Commonwealth, but I'm not going to hold my breath. All right, guys. See you soon.